morning, everyone. I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you are having a good weekend. We are here for Fablen sprints today. You do not have to be a part of the readathon, though, to be here with me for sprints. So if you guys are just here to hang out and get some things done, that's absolutely okay. If you are here for Fablen, let me know in the comments which team you're on. I am on the Grim Rangers, and I am doing the NPC path because I don't know that I'd be able to keep up with the adventurers this month. I'm already a little behind even with the NPC path. So, but yeah, let me know which team you guys are on. And if you're not on a team, or even if you are and you want to let me know what you're reading or what your plans are for today, I would love to hear from you guys as well. I have 3 books going at the moment. So one of them is 50 Beasts to Break Your Heart. It's a short story collection that I'm reading with Kirsten. And I only have one. We're doing one short story a day. And so this I will be reading for a very short time today, but I do still need to get my one short story read for the day. And then I will be switching over to Murder at the Vicarage, which I'm reading with Lucina. And because I haven't read any of my pages today, and I still need to update on the Discord as well what I thought about yesterday's pages, because I don't think I did that either. So those are some things that I'll be doing. I also need to get some editing done. I need to edit for the podcast, but I also need to film. So I'll record at some point today as well. But I need to prepare for some things first. I'm going to do a Q3 check-in, so I need to get some stats ready, and those aren't ready yet. And then I have an announcement coming out next Saturday that I need to prepare for as well. So lots of busy things today. I will also probably be cleaning house a little bit on Sunday. No, that's not right. On Friday. I don't know where my brain is. On Friday evening, my dishwasher decided to explode. Not like literally, but it spewed water essentially all over my kitchen. And that water went everywhere. So it went into my basement and flooded like the carpet around our kitchen. We had standing water on our kitchen floor. And so this weekend has been a bit interesting with handling some of the issues that has caused. So that's still in progress. I'll be doing that as well. So you guys are here for me, or with me, well, and for me, for a lot of things that I need to get done today. So hopefully we can be productive. Lucina is here. Hello. I swear I'll get on Discord and talk to you about yesterday's pages. Yesterday was a mess. And so I will, though. I'm enjoying it so far. I think that it's been very fun. This is my 3rd Agatha Christie, for those of you who don't know, and my first Miss Marple. So it's been a wild ride so far. It's very chaotic. I know that I've heard, Leandra has told me that Agatha Christie had said something about how she wished that this character list was a little shorter, but I kind of like it. I like the chaos. I think it's kind of fun. Good morning, Anne. Good to see you. Hello, Tennille. Good to see you as well. I'm on the Association of the Mystical. Wonderful. Are you doing adventure mode, Tennille? Or are you doing NPC? How are you doing on your quest? Currently reading Chaos at the Lazy Bones Bookshop. It's fun so far. I heard good things about that because it's cozy mystery, right? I love the title of it. Every time I read it, I smile because it just sounds fun. I should be reading my 2 in progress books that fit for the prompts, The Rag Picker King and The Late Night Witches. But I really want to read What Stalks the Deep, at least for the long rest. Hey, at least it would count for a prompt. So I'd say go with your heart. Mood read a little bit. You know, life's too short to not read what you want to read. I've got Daughter of the Otherworld in hardback and Arm of the Sphinx on audio. Is Arm of the Sphinx, that's a Book of Babel, right? Josiah Bancroft? Or am I thinking of the wrong? I feel like there's a book that's in that series. It's titled something similar to that. Daughter of the Otherworld. I like that title. Sounds interesting. Let me see. I have Goodreads somewhere. They always say, don't judge a book by a cover. I judge a book by a cover and by its title. Mythology. The cover of it's beautiful. An epic new historical fantasy set in the tumultuous magical world of medieval Ireland during the time of the Norman invasion. Hmm. You'll have to let me know how that goes. I am hit or miss on mythology, but I do love like Irish folklore and stuff. So, I hope it's good. Be switching to Murder at the Vicarage after I finish my current book. So, probably this afternoon. No worries. Get to it when you get to it. Good morning, Hillary. Yes, an announcement. I bet you guys could probably guess. Finished that yesterday. Really enjoyed it. Amazing. I wish I had a dishwasher, but don't want to clean up the water everywhere. Yeah. It's definitely a luxury. It's not like, and we're gonna go without for a little bit before we buy another one, but um, yeah, it's unfortunate. It's been here for, I mean, it's been time for a while for us to get a new one. We just have been avoiding it, and now we know why we should have not avoided it. So, yeah, an interesting time for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're just gonna have to replace it. I think the seals in it are bad. Um, and I would say we could just fix the seals if that was the only thing wrong with it, but it's really old, and some of the interior, like the racks that you put the stuff in, is starting, the rubber fiber that's in it is starting to deteriorate, and like the rusty metal underneath it is starting to show in certain places, and so it really just needs to be replaced. Starting the Deep Sky by, okay, you guys will have to let me know. Is it Yume Kitase? I'll have to look it up because I really like this author. I recently purchased The Stardust Grail, and really loved it. And The Deep Sky, I did enjoy. I didn't enjoy it as much as The Stardust Grail, but I think it's because I'm more of a sci-fi fan than a thriller. And it's not, The Deep Sky isn't really a thriller, but it does have like certain aspects of thrillers. An author with multiple books on my TBR, despite never having anything by her. So excited to fix that. I'm excited for you too. I hope you love it. I really love her writing. And I just put Salt Crop on hold at the library, which is her newest release. And I'm really excited about it. Hello there. I'm here for the first time. Well, hello. Welcome, Armin. Thank you for joining. Let us know what you'll be doing today. The character list is very long. It is. I have looked it up. It has helped me, definitely, but I did spoil myself for one thing. It wasn't anything big, but I do understand why people don't look up, like, character lists, but I thought it was a necessity, especially since I'm listening to it on audio. KS is a cozy mystery. It's set during Halloween. Aw, so I thought it was fitting. I love that. That's, one of the things that Leandra's book club, right, for her Patreon, I think read that last year during this season, maybe. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure that's where I heard of that book. Just finished Faithbreaker. I might start Catabasis today. I know that there's like a whole bunch of different pronunciations for that name, but hopefully I got it right. But still not sure. How did you like Faithbreaker? Was it like a pivotal end to the series? Was it just okay? I still need to read it, and I'm hesitant because I don't want that series to end, and I'm a little worried about how it's going to end and whether or not I'm going to fully enjoy the last book. I think I'll enjoy it. I don't know if it's going to be like my favorite book, and I want it to be my favorite book. And Catabasis is not one I'm going to read, but I hope you love it. I think I've heard mixed things, but people who love it really love it. So I hope you're on that camp. Adventure path, because at least one of the 3 prompts generally fits for what I want to read. It is nice that we have options, but it's not just like you have to do XYZ. The reason I went NPC wasn't necessarily because of the prompts, even though that was part of it. It was the time frame. Like I just like being on my own time frame. Sorry, Andy's playing with the door to my office, so my door is moving and there's no one there. But yeah, the timing for me is why I did it. But I'm glad that the prompts are working for you, and they have been very not general, but like I feel like you can find something that works for you. Good morning, Jen. Welcome. Had some strange storage issues in July, but now it's resolved. So I resume my monthly book hauls now. Oh, I love that. It's always a bummer when you have to put that on hold because the books keep coming and you just want to keep adding to your collection. What's next for your book haul? Which book are you most excited to add to your collection now that you can? Yay! I hope you enjoyed it as much as Tennille did. Yeah, it's not great, but it happens. Home ownership, or I guess appliance ownership. The bad thing about being a homeowner is I can't just look at my landlord and be like, "Can you fix this? We have water damage," because the landlord is me. I have to figure that out. Pretty sure I know what the announcement is. I can't believe it's already that time of year. I agree. It's been insane, and I definitely had moments of like, oh, this is time. It's time. It's time for me to like buckle down and get stuff done because I need to get things ready. It's been crazy. The Gale Song series, Era 1, just finished. The children's. Oh, okay, that one is on my TBR, and I ended up picking it up for something at the end of September. I don't remember why, and I ended up not being able to read it. I didn't have time, and I had to send my hold back to the library, but that is in my TBR. I wanna read it really bad. A historical fantasy is not usually my jam, but it's an all-time favorite series now. That's amazing. So since it's Era 1 versus Era 2, do you think you have to read Era 1 first, or is it completely different and just I don't know if it's, like, different time frames, completely different characters, though? I'm gonna read The Children of Gods and Fighting Men first because that was already on my TBR, but I'm just curious. Just wrote the character list for myself on a document on my computer to avoid spoilers. Yeah, that's probably the smarter way to go, and I probably could have looked up, there's some websites that do, like, character lists, spoiler free character lists, but I just went to Wikipedia because it was easier, and I tried just to read like, on Wikipedia, they have the character list, and they have a couple of sentences, and the reason I spoiled myself is because on one of the characters, I read both sentences, and I should have just read the first one because the first ones don't really have any spoilers in them. Good morning, Nadeem. Snagged 5 books in my last month book haul, and I'm excited to read Great Expectations by Charles Dickinson from it. Wonderful. I don't think I've read anything by Charles Dickinson or Dickens. I'm trying to think. I don't think I have. I hope you love it. I don't read classics very often. And I don't know how accessible his writing is because that's my biggest thing with historical or not historical with classical or classics. I Sometimes I either get bored or the language is a little heavier for me, and so I need to really take my time with it. But I have quite enjoyed some. It just depends on the writing style. So I hope you love it. Or is it your first? Is it your first time reading it, or is this a reread? Currently reading Not Quite Dead Yet by Holly Jackson. I hope you're enjoying it. Definitely read Era 1 first. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Reading for October this month, I had a group read in my shelf, and I pulled a few others that I've been reading. Lovely. So are you still working on then physical TBR stuff, Jen? Or have you been spanning out as well? I know that you were trying to get your physical TBR down, and that was your focus. Well, friends, we are in time for our first sprint. We are going to do hour-long sprints today, just like normal. And I think in this first sprint, I am probably going to focus on my buddy reads, just getting my reading done, like my required reading done for the day. And then I will move on to maybe some editing and some house cleaning later in the sprints. Dickens is accessible, but most of them are long because they were published in Parts magazines first. Okay, I'll have to keep that in mind. I like chunky books, so that doesn't impact me. If they were published in magazines first, though, answer me this question because I do find this to be something that I struggle with serialized works is they read like episodic things. And I tend to struggle with that mainly because of character connection. So it depends on how the author handles it. But with episodic reads, typically they're so broken up that I have a hard time connecting to anyone. And so that's my only problem with books that have been published in parts in magazines first is that was their point, right? It was to be episodic and to have like an end. And sometimes that impacts my want to continue in my connection with the characters. One of the best books you've ever read. High praise. Your first time reading the book or a book by Dickens. I actually love sci-fi, but I'm exploring other genres too. Yeah, I love that. I've recently gotten a little obsessed with sci-fi. I've always been a reader of sci-fi, but it's been low on my like at the end of the year when I look at the number of books I've read in each genre, it's been pretty low. And this year I feel like I've amped it up a little bit, and I'm not quite sure why. I just had an itch to read sci-fi, but I do need to do better about reaching out to other genres because I have found some beautiful reads in other genres that I would not have read had I not stepped out of my comfort zone. So I love that you're doing that, and I hope that you enjoy it. Mostly reading physical TBR. Haven't stopped buying books, but have slowed down. Amazing. Hey, we still gotta allow ourselves to fill up our shelves too, right? It's what you enjoy. Great Expectations. Your second favorite Dickens. What's your first? My issue with Dickens was the drawn out plots from the serialization, but I know so many people who love those works. Yeah. And I could see that because of the fact that people are getting a break as it's published, they can draw it out. When you're reading it all at one time, you're like, come on, pick up the pace. Read it in high school. Yeah, I never was required to read anything like that in high school. I've had several conversations with my friends about some of the things they were required to read. And I don't know if my high school just didn't focus on classics or I don't know. That's those we did not. I'm trying to think of the only thing I read that I know is something that a lot of people read in high school is How to Kill a Mockingbird. But other than that, they didn't really require us to read that. Like we were allowed to pick from a list. Um, so yeah, it was interesting. Anyway, thought it was solid ending, but it wasn't blown away. Okay. Yeah. That's why I'm a little worried about Faithbreaker because I'm like, I really want it to be great. And I have a feeling it's just not going to meet my expectations. So I'm trying to lower them a little bit before I pick it up. We also read How to Kill a Mockingbird, but had a lot of required reading advanced English. And that might be why I took more with my English classes, I took like creative writing classes versus taking, I can't remember what the other ones were called that focused more on, it was like literature, like they had a whole bunch of literature classes that I could have taken, and I went the other route. So I think that's probably why. This anthology titled Exaltations by Ted, is it Chang? I found it mind-blowing, top-notch sci-fi, so much thought-provoking. I always recommend it. Huh. I recognize that author name. I don't know why. I'll have to look this up on the next sprint. I'm here for a good sci-fi. Good morning, Ashley. Happy for sprints. Oh no, been slumpy. Reading Water Moon. Are you enjoying it, or is Water Moon the reason why you're slumpy? I hope that we can help you get out of a slump. Good morning, Julie. Welcome. For sure, they can be episodic. Katie Lumsden, Books and Things, has videos about where to start with different Victorian authors. Oh, good to know. I'm going to start this as well. With different Victorian authors and things to know when choosing a place to start. That's a good find because I'll look at that because it's a hard to know because a lot of those books are super popular, and so you're like, I don't know, do I just choose one of the ones that's most popular? Start with Christmas Carol. It's short. And you know the story, true. And it's coming up. That's the season is coming up. Although I'm not ready for that yet. I'm still in spooky season mode, but that's a good option for sure. Okay, y'all. I am going to put us into a sprint. So we're going to go on hour-long sprints. I hope you guys get some stuff done. Take care of yourselves. And yeah, I'll see you guys in an hour. Hello, friends. Welcome back from our first sprint. Let me know how you guys did, what you got up to. I ended up listening to the short story for 50 Beasts to Break Your Heart. And today's was odd, which isn't unusual. The first two that we read was odd. The third one I really liked. But this fourth one, I'm, I'm not quite sure what I read. I read it twice, and still am a little confused about what I read. So maybe that one's just not meant for me. um, but and then I switched over to Murder at the Vicarage. But while I was reading Murder at the Vicarage, I was doing some book stats for my quarter 3 check-in video, as far as like how many books I've read, the average and average page count. Because I have literally not been tracking any of my books since quarter 2. So I had to go into my Goodreads and put that all in my spreadsheet and figure things out from there. So I was doing that while listening to Murder at the Vicarage, which was not a great idea because, as we've already stated, Murder at the Vicarage has a lot of characters. And so I'm going to have to go back and read the pages that I had read, which is fine. So I think at the beginning of the next sprint, that's probably what I'll focus on, is getting those pages done. And then perhaps I will edit something. And then Andy is here to say hello. So let me see if I can get him to come and lay on my lap instead of being in the camera. There we go. So yes, we did have, oh, my camera is blurry. Let me see if I can fix that real quick. This is what Andy does to the camera whenever his fluff gets involved. The camera doesn't quite know how to fix it. There we go. Okay, so we did have several people join us during that sprint. So let us say hello to our new friends. We have Kat here. Hello, Kat. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. Let us know what you're reading, what you're up to. People came over and had to leave, and I had to leave. Yes, Leander's Book Club read it last year. I'm also trying to read the ones I missed since I joined this year. Okay, nice. You're trying to catch up a little bit. Very nice. And no worries. Like, pause, take a break. If you have visitors, absolutely. Like, this will be here, on the interwebs for a while. So if you need to go back and re-listen to Chatty Bits, feel free. I am 200% a magical realism girly, so I might make it through. You might really enjoy Watermoon then. I have a problem with magical realism, I think, because of my roots in fantasy. Not saying that fantasy readers can't be magical realism readers as well, but I think I really enjoy the world building and hearing about how things work and like piecing together how the world works. I really like it. And with magical realism, a lot of times they're just like, and this exists in the world. And then we move on. And I'm like, but but said thing is really cool. And I would like to hear more about that. I would like to live in that. I would like to see characters interact with that. And we just get like little sneak peeks. It seems very like surface level, which is fine. And I do think it's a beautifully written story. And it had gorgeous descriptions. I just wanted more from the world. And I didn't really care about the relationship, I guess I'll say. I don't know if they end up getting together or if it was intended to be a romantic relationship, but the two characters, I wasn't vibing with their chemistry. Yes, Andy says hello. He is cuddled up in my arms now. This is where he will sit. I don't know why he's being cuddly now, other than the fact that I'm on camera. Usually he does this whenever it's feeding time, but he wanted to say hello to you guys. Hello, Yelena. Family went a bit earlier after lunch today, so I'm actually able to join for more than the first sprint. I love it. Love to see you. How are you doing? Carpe Demon is also here. Hello. Jumping in to read today's chapter of the 31st Trick-or-Treater. I love this title. I think it's fantastic. Are you enjoying it? Had brunch, did Duolingo and my physio exercises, and started some meal prep, stage 1, and made it to page 43 of What Stalks the Deep. Tennille, I thought of you this week because last weekend, when I didn't have sprints, I did actually do some meal prepping. It was very funny as I was doing it. I was like, Tennille would be proud of me. I didn't do all of it, but I did quite a bit. I did all my breakfasts for the week. And then I did salads for lunch for the week, and I did a couple of other meals that we could have for dinner. And it worked out quite well. Like most of them were well, most of them got eaten, which is always something I worry about when I meal prep is that the food is just gonna go to waste. I think we only had 1 meal left at the end of the week that didn't get used. And, I was able to have a little bit more time in the afternoons to do other things other than cook because I made, something called egg roll in a bowl, and I've made a couple of meals that are egg roll in a bowl, but they've never turned out as well as I would like them to. This one, I used ground turkey and broccoli coleslaw because it's a little bit firmer, and it has like a brown sauce that has various things in it. But I just kind of kept adding to it, and then I added some edamame in it as well, and mixed that up and served it with green onions on top with like sriracha. It was actually really good. I worry the couple of egg roll in a bowls that I've made don't warm up super well because of the cabbage. It kind of gets not slimy, but just wilted as it does whenever you warm it up. And so I was a little worried about that, but the broccoli slaw I think helped. So anyway, I have absolutely no idea what I did that sprint. This is a vibe, Anne. I get it. Managed to read a few chapters. I'm a bit over halfway through, still enjoying it. Lovely. I find with Christy sometimes I have to just sit in front of the character list while I listen. I've done this, like with this particular book. While I was listening at work, I had like some downtime, and I looked up a character list and just sat there and was like, okay, this is who I'm hearing speak right now, and it does help. Like, I don't know why, but just knowing exactly who I'm talking to helps, I think, center where the story is, where the arrows are pointing and all of the different threads that are being put together with the small village. I do think it's helped. Yes, he is sweet. He's fiddling because he's not comfy. He's like, "Why do you keep moving me?" Would not be able to do anything else while reading a mystery and keep up. And so most of the time I can't. Most of the time I can play cards. That's probably what I'll do on the next sprint is I'll just play some solitaire on the desk while I'm listening, because I really do need to focus a little bit. And I might actually do what Tennille said and pull up the character list and have it in front of me as I'm listening so I can kind of pinpoint who is talking to the vicar. Sprints wouldn't be sprints without Andy saying hello. Exactly. Made coffee, watched some YouTube videos, and I've missed my subscription box from the last few days. Amazing. Well, I hope you enjoyed your time. I need to watch some YouTube videos as well. I'm behind on BookTube, but I have a couple of things I have to do first. Unfortunately, I'm behind on my comments on my channel. It drives me nuts. I used to be really good about I would answer all of the comments like within a couple of weeks, and now I'm like a month behind. And so I need to just answer a few every day, and I just haven't been doing it. So I apologize, guys, if you've been commenting on my videos. I swear I read them. Usually what I do is I read them throughout the day as they come in, but then I'm at work and I don't respond. And then, I'll answer them whenever I sit down, but I usually do it in bulk. And so I swear I read them. I just haven't gotten to answer them yet. Read 10 pages, got the dishwasher started, trying to do productivity and reading during sprints. Love it. I guess really I've been on a slump with life in general. Oh no, that's sad. It happens though. Hopefully, you're on the tail end of it and we can start working our way back up because that sucks. Just not a great feeling. Luckily, people were here only for a few minutes and they're gone. I want my peace. This is also a vibe, and I live with this. This is how I feel most days. I have a couple of people at work who really love to go out after work, and they're fine. Like they're very friendly people, and I enjoy that every once in a while. But really, in my mind, I'm like, I just want to go home and I want to read, and I want to, on Sundays, on Sunday every other week, I get to talk to you all. Like, I don't need a ton of people like in my house, or like I don't need to go out and about. I'm very much a homebody. I understand. Your magical realism take makes so much sense. I've thought about it a lot because there are so many books that are magical realism that have such a cool premise. And I'm like, oh, I just want to love it. Like I want to love that book. And it just doesn't work out for me. So sad day. Jess is here. Hello, Jess. How are you doing? My first Broken Binding book from their new sci-fi fantasy subscription arrived yesterday. The design and art are fantastic. I'm excited to try the book. Ah, that's so fun. I actually recently bought 2 books from Broken Binding. They'll be in my next book haul. I'm not going to spoil it, but I was very excited. I found a couple and I was like, yes, I must have that. I don't think I realized that they had a subscription box. I'll have to look. I don't know though. I really like the fact that you can go in and like purchase their older books, and so you know what you're getting. Subscription boxes are always kind of risky for me because I'm like, although I will say Broken Binding, I think has similar tastes. If a publishing company can have similar tastes, but like I feel like they do a lot of books that I am interested in. I noticed you were reading a book by the author of Thistlefoot. Loved it. How are you liking it? Sorry if you talked about it already. I came in late. The author of Thistlefoot. Is that the 50 Beast author? Let's see. I've never read Thistlefoot. It's been in my list because that's about Baba Yaga, right? Interesting. Okay. Jenna Rose Nethercott. Is that the same author as? It is. I did not realize it was the same author, Ashley. How fun. So for those of you who weren't here whenever I was reading this, so this book, 50 Beasts to Break Your Heart, is by the same author as Thistlefoot. And so it's a short story collection, and I am enjoying it, but there are some that are like, I'm a little confused by. So I think the first couple of stories in 50 Beasts to Break Your Heart are really weird and eerie, and I liked that. Like I liked the feeling of uncertainty. They're not scary, but you just kind of have like an odd eerie vibe as you're reading it, which I did enjoy. The third short story, it's called Thread Boy. I really liked. I thought it was really good. And then the one I just read is called Foxjaw, and it confused me. So I would say right now for a short story collection, I would say it's a win because I usually don't like short story collections, but I wanted to read this one for spooky season just because it sounded like a good time. So yeah, some of them have been a win and some of them have been missed, but there's been more wins than misses. So if that makes sense. It's 4:30. Oh no, but I'm finding it hard to sleep. Well, we can keep you company, Jess. I'm so sorry. Being up at 4:30 sucks. Maybe the sky is pretty. Is there like a pretty sunrise? Although, does the sun even rise that early? No, I know it doesn't right here. Did you feel less pressure during the week? I did. I think that it allowed me to make the decision of like, we're eating leftovers tonight. Like we're having a meal prep meal tonight. And then I could fill that time with something else or just relaxing and resting. I really did like it. So I would like to continue. I have not gone to the grocery yet today. So I don't know if I'm going to be meal prepping today, but I do have in my back pocket some meals that like that egg roll in a bowl meal really did not take long to make. And so it would be something that I could technically meal prep like tomorrow evening as I'm cooking dinner. I could throw that because it's also a 1-pot meal. So yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. I have to get into a routine for sure. They provide the themes and the style of the book, but not the title. Interesting. The sci-fi fantasy lists are new pubs rather than reprints like their other subscriptions. Okay, interesting. And you're excited about the first one. This makes me excited as well. Well, I hope you love it. That's exciting. I really didn't know that they had a subscription. I'll have to look into it. Sunday's often my meal prep day, so I try to prep all 3 meals for at least 4 days and maybe more. And I think that's probably what I need to do is I need to have in mind what days, and not that that can't change throughout the week, if something pops up and it makes more sense to do dinner one night than the others. But I think I need to have like, okay, these meals are for dinner. these meals are for lunch, because I was just making meals that made large quantities, and I did have to be cognizant throughout the week of, like, I need to make sure these are being eaten. Um, so, yeah, it's been a fun journey for sure. I've been a little sick for a few days, so I'm feeling better and I'm getting out of it. So I'm ready to catch up on reading. How have you been? Oh, I'm sorry you've been feeling bad, but I'm glad that you're on the mend. I'm good. I have had an interesting weekend. If you weren't here at the beginning, our dishwasher decided the seals decided to break in our dishwasher, and so our weekend started with a flooded kitchen, and that flooded kitchen led to a flooded basement, and so we've had to deal with some water issues in our house this weekend. So that has been great. I also have been uh, making some plans for an announcement that's coming out next weekend. And so that has taken up a lot of my time as well. So really I've just been busy recently, but I can't complain. So I've been good. It's just been a lot and I'm ready for a rest. I'm ready to like sit down and read and just kind of relax for a little bit, which you guys are making me do. That's what sprints that's one of the reasons I really love these sprints is because I do feel like I can just kind of chill out with you guys and this is like my designated reading time and I don't feel like I need to be up bustling around even though sometimes I do, housework and stuff throughout this, but it gives me a chance to like sit and just be for a little bit. That's great that you find recipe alterations that keep getting better, or that keep better. Yeah, I think that's part of my problem with meal prepping, especially with my husband eating them as well. Like I, I've been used to having, let's call them subpar. My old job, I couldn't go out to eat. There was no means to have a lunch other than warming it up in a microwave or having cold lunch. And I just don't want cold lunch all the time. And so I'm used to eating meals that are not great warmed up, but they still give you sustenance. But with my new job, I do have that option. I can go out to eat. Not that I want to eat out every lunch, but and I have some other means of warming things up, like a toaster oven and an air fryer and stuff in our break room. And um, but it's nice to find alterations that make it easy and do warm up better, just because with him also eating the meals, it means the meals actually get eaten instead of it instead of them going to waste. So, yeah, it's good to find some alterations that work. May T listened to the cheers for Portland Marathon runners that ran by. Oh, how fun. I love that. I made some tea as well. I had some, pumpkin spice chai. It was good. Hello, Isra. Hope everyone is having a good Sunday. Yeah, I hope you are as well. It's been good so far. Let us know what you're reading or what you're doing today. I love that you had a good first meal prep experience. You'll find what works for you and a blend of prep and things that need to find or that just need uh, a final something to get them ready. Yeah. And I think the more I do it, the more I'll know like what works for meal prep and what doesn't. I'm really big on like 30-minute meals because I love cooking, but when I'm busy, I know that if I don't have a 30-minute meal, I'm just going to go out. And that's not what I wanna be doing. I want to be where I want to be meal prepping and cooking at home when I can. And so the more, like, easy meals I can do that actually taste good, the better. Whenever I get on YouTube and see 8 notifications, I know Jamie's been replying to comments. Yep. Sorry about that. I do, I just have, like it's always worked for me in the past, but I think I need to find a better plan. I probably need to honestly, I need to just after a video is posted that evening, so like Tuesday evenings and Saturday evenings, sit down and respond to people who have chatted with me within the first 24 hours. Um, and then I can do like a weekly thing where I sit down maybe on Sunday and respond to the others. But yeah, I need to get a better system because the one I'm having right now is not working. People at work have been making plans to go out for dinner next Thursday because Friday is a holiday, and I'm already dreading it. Oh no, I understand. The extroverts at work assume I'm not social, but that's just because I don't. I don't want to go to a gathering of 50 to 100 people. Yes, smaller groups are fine. Like less than 10 or 5 or less is great. Yeah, I agree. I definitely prefer smaller groups, but I also don't want to do it all the time. I have a lot of people who, I mean, that's like an every week thing. Like they're not going out 3 or 4 times a week with friends. They feel like they're dying. And I'm like, "Ooh, if I went out 3 or 4 times, I would be like, I am exhausted and I don't want anyone to talk to me for a month." But I do definitely prefer smaller groups. 50 to 100, no. I would, as soon as somebody mentioned like, "Oh yeah, we have like this group of we're gonna," like some of the restaurant areas that we have like upper decks that are like open to the sky and you can rent those spaces. I've had a couple of people come out and be like, "Hey, we rented out the deck here. Like you should come out." And I'm like, "You rented out a deck for people? No, I'll pass. Thanks for the invite." Yeah, I'm not a fan of big gatherings for sure. Just came up on the list to be added to the fantasy subscription list. They do tell you what the upcoming books or book is for that one. Those tend to be reprints of older titles. I'll have to look into it more because if I could choose, like that's one of the reasons, and I'll never do book of the month, but that's one of the reasons I did like book of the month was because you could cancel or not cancel, but like skip a month if you realize like none of these books work for me. Because I have issues with my physical TBR as far as, and I know like I'm odd when it comes to that, but like I can't have too many physical TBR books. It makes me anxious. And so I feel like a subscription would make that worse if they either weren't books I've already read or books that I really, really want to read. Because if I have a whole bunch of books on my shelves that I know I will read eventually, that's fine. But if I have books that I've never heard of before or that are like chance authors for me, that would stress me out, which is why I don't have subscription box for the most part. Well, now I'm relieved. My work gatherings mean less than 10 people for sure. Go back to work Tuesday after 6 week of medical leave. I like my coworkers, but I've also liked not peopling. Yes, I understand. Well, I'm glad you're going back. But yeah, it is hard. I had a friend ask me if I would like to work from home. And I told her, I was like, while I would like being at home, like I would love being with Andy every day, I know that that would not be good for me because if I worked from home every day, I would never see people because I wouldn't force myself to go out. Whereas if I am forced to go to work, I'm forced to interact with people and then I can come home and I still feel like my brain has, the best of both worlds. Like I still get interaction, but I can also come home and hide in my little house without anyone around me. I do not think I would do well if I just worked from home because I would never interact with anybody. I mean, I would interact with you guys, but like in person, I would become scared of the world because I just would stop interacting with it. My invitation starts with the Kings of the Wild and Bloody Rose. I saw that they were doing this and I was so excited and I was looking for it and I couldn't find it on their website. Okay. I'm starring this. I need to look at this on the sprint. I heard Nicholas Ames did a reel on Instagram about how those books were getting special editions and I was like, okay, well, like I'm doing that whenever those come out. I want copies because I think those books are absolutely fantastic. Going to continue to listen to Haunted by Chuck, or Chuck someone for Scarathon. Well, I hope you're liking it, Jess. Yeah, it's okay. It happens, but it does suck. Hello, Alicia. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, it was stressful. Right now we're cleaning dishes by hand, which is fine. It's definitely you don't realize how much of a luxury it is to have a dishwasher until you don't have one, and then you're like, oh yeah, this is what it feels like to have to do all of your own dishes. The water damage is really what was the biggest issue. And we still have like fans in our kitchen because I know that there's still some wet spots underneath the flooring. Our wood floors look okay. They don't look great, but they look okay. So I think that will probably be fine, but I'm worried about the underside of them. Being awake early sucks because I have 2.5 hours until Read the Beat drops. and I can watch the other person's videos. Oh no. Well, try and distract yourself. I understand. Good to hear. I'll be reading Lucky Day by Chuck Tingle, I think. Or if I want to do audio today, I have Ring Shout by P. Djeli Clark from the library. Both books. Okay, so Lucky Day. I've never read anything by Chuck Tingle, but I've heard good things about Lucky Day and I would like to read it. I tried Ring Shout last year and it wasn't working for me at the time. I think it was the time I picked it up. So I need to pick it up again. I want to read Master of Jen by P. Djeli Clark. And I also want to read, he has a couple of novellas as well that I would like to read. And isn't he the same author of Dead Cat Assassins? I think. I want to read that as well. So lots of books by that author I would like to read. Well, whichever one you pick, I hope you love it. Makes sense. You have the ability to skip about half the months. Oh, you do with Broken Binding? I would like that. I would like to have the option. My work only gathers for Christmas party, and that's it. It's a group of 5 of us that just did our first official book club meeting. Aw, I love that. I wish I had I have a couple of people at work that read, but not enough to do a book club. Well, I hope you have fun at your book club meeting. Or you did just have your first official book club. I hope it went well. Some weeks I don't leave the house other than for work or to run errands. So if I didn't have to do that, I'd never leave the house. Yep, 100%. That's me. Also just got the Broken Binding sci-fi box or sci-fi fantasy box. The first book was very well done, but they always have such nice books. I can skip if the theme sounds terrible to me, but they hold value well if I decide not to, if I decide I'm not interested. Yeah, you guys are trying to convince me, or not trying to convince me. You are convincing me because I've already wanted to do it. I just am hesitant. But that specific company, I think I would enjoy it. Work at a university and our Christmas staff meals fills the meal hall because there are so many people. I've only gone 4 times in 20 years. Oh no. And if it's that many people, does anyone notice? Like, that's another thing with like big gatherings like that. Like, I mean, I'm not going to go because no one's even going to know I'm gone. One thing about Book of the Month is the lack of sci-fi fantasy options, and it seems like they mostly focus on a few genres of books. Yeah, that's why I'll never do Book of the Month, but I like their I like their setup. Although I have heard recently that the quality of their books has gone bad. But I don't know because I don't have them in my house. That's just what I've heard. My favorites are his are Master of Jen and the Dead Cattail Assassins. I've heard Leander loved the Dead Cattail Assassins, so I think I will enjoy that one. And Master of Jen just sounds amazing. It's been on my list forever. I just keep not picking it up. And you loved it. Oh no, I need to pick something up. That's actually I'm gonna make that because he is an author I want to try. So I need to try something by him by the end of the year. I don't know which one it'll be, but. Also have owned a Master of Jen for ages now. I haven't read it yet. I've heard great things about it. It's been recommended to me so many times. I just need to bite the bullet and read it because I really do think I'm going to love it. I skipped the next book. How about you? The sci-fi fantasy list theme wasn't appealing to me. It turned out to be the new Ken I'll be super annoyed. Oh no. Yeah, the All Is Not What It May Seem. There's a sci-fi book, right, by Ken Liu coming out. I want to read that one, but I'm going to wait until my library has it. We just do a team of 20-ish. I think our Christmas party will be bigger because it's all of the market in the city that I'm in. And so there'll be a whole bunch of people there I don't know too. I'm not super stoked about that, but I do think I have to go. I've been skipping Book of the Month boxes a lot this year. Not generally a cyberpunk fan. So I really thought about skipping it, but if I don't like it, I'll just put it on Pango. And that's another thing too. So I don't have a Pango account. I've been considering making one because I do have some books that I would like to sell. I just don't know how easy it is. Once I get comfortable with it, I think that I would probably be more comfortable buying books and then selling them there if I know that I can make my, not all of my money back, but at least some of my money back. I have considered that, but since I don't do that now, I just really donate my stuff to like our used bookstores around here. Read Master of Gin recently and really enjoyed it. Characters, cameos from short stories in the same world were a nice touch. I want to read the short story collections as well, but I think I want to read the novel first, but I don't know. Would you recommend that? Or do you know if you have a preference? I worry about short stories. I'm more of a novel gal. Signing up for PJ Dejali Clark or Betty Read in the future. I also need to read something by him. Lovely. We have a big list, Lucina. This is what happens when I start buddy reading with people. We do have like a list of things that we want to read, and it usually is never ending, but it's fun to have a book or a list to choose from. Don't mind Christmas parties at work because I work with old people and they make us a bunch of food and drink cocktails. Ah, I love that. Ours are mostly, at least from what I've gathered, I'm at a new company, so it could be different than what I am thinking, but I think there's going to be drinks and then there'll be appetizers. And I'm a big food person, so like, although not like holiday food. Like I want, like if I'm going to go to a party, I want to try something new, like something maybe a little bit adventurous. And I don't know that we're going to necessarily do that. So, but I think I like food because it means I don't have to talk to people because I can eat. Other people can talk to me, but like I'm sitting there shoving my face. And so my mouth's full. It'd be rude for me to talk. We do, but I love it. Yes, I do too. Okay, guys, I am going to put us into another sprint. We're going to go for another hour. I hope you guys get something done. I'm going to read a little bit of Murder at the Vicarage, and then I might be off screen for a little bit. We'll see what I decide to do. I'll come back and update you guys on what craziness I got up to. I think he has a very strong short story fiction, but if it isn't your cup of tea, skip it. I think it heightened my reading experience a bit, but not by much. Depends on if you like making connections. I think I'll start with the novel first, and then if I really like it, maybe that will enhance my reading of the short stories. Maybe it'll make me, because the reason I don't like short stories is because I have a hard time connecting to the characters because I don't live with them long enough. So I might do that. Read the novel first and then short stories just to get more of the story. I didn't know about the short stories at first and it didn't hurt anything. Okay. That might be what I do. I think that just fits my reading better. So, okay. I'll see you guys in an hour. Go get something done. Hello, friends. Welcome back from our second sprint. We have Anita with us. Hey,
Hello.
let us know what you're doing today.
I am still reading Trust Fall. Okay, we've been reading it all week. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not gonna beat myself up about it. And then I have this like documentary about what is it called? Scream the True Story. I have that playing, and it's creepy, and that's fine. And I always forget that Scream is based off a true story, even though like most horror movies are. But alas, that's what I'm
Fun.
doing.
Very suiting for spooky season.
Yes.
I think I have one more chapter in Murder at the Vicarage before I'm done with my pages for the day. We're at 77%. I think we finish the book tomorrow, if I remember correctly, and I still have no idea who did it. I have an idea, but I know that I'm wrong because that's just how mysteries go for me. But yeah. I was looking around on the Discord a little bit, I guess. I got a little distracted. But yeah, didn't do much other than just I sat and played cards and read Murder at the Vicarage. That sprint. So pretty chill sprint for me. We did have Christina join us. Hello, Christina. And of course, reminding us of all the important things. I'm gonna have to fix. Hold on. I need to fix this real quick. Make sure that we don't walk out Neva while we're looking at comments. That's fine. And so Christina said hello to Neva. And Luciana says hello. Tennille worked on more meal prep, did the dishes, made it to chapter 11 of What Stalks the Deep. I might maybe be able to finish in the next sprint. That's exciting. I love finishing books. I definitely I know Neva you were talking about. Like I'm not gonna feel bad about it. I'm not gonna beat myself about it. I have 3 books going right now, and I think I'm starting a 4th one today. And I'm the only one I'm close to finishing is Murder at the Vicarage. I think we'll finish that tomorrow, but
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah, I mean, I finally got myself back down to where I'm only reading one book at a time. I don't know how long that will last. I do a lot. I'm like okay with like one like eyeball book and one like earball book. Like I'm okay with that. I just don't love when I have like 12 eyeball books and 4 audiobooks going at once because I'm like, what are you doing with your life, bro? Like what? Like I know you don't think you're gonna read all of these at the same time. So
My max is typically 3. And
yeah.
I do try and mix match. I can do multiple audiobooks as long as they're different genres. But yeah, 4 is pushing it. So I'm glad that I'll finish one tomorrow and then the 4th one I'll continue with. But I'm reading chunkier books right now. With the exception of like the short story collection. I take a bit more time.
Well, something about me thought that this book was only like 250 pages. It's not. It's like 500 pages.
That's the worst too, because
like,
then you have like an expectation.
Which like I should have known because like it's Kindle Unlimited, right? It's a dark romance on Kindle Unlimited. They're never like unless they're marked as a novella, they're never less than 300 pages.
Right, 'cause that's how they get paid.
Right. So I was like, oh, this book from this little synopsis blurby thing must be like 200-ish pages. And then I looked yesterday to see how many pages it was because it was still saying I'm still like less than 20% to this book. And I was like, that's weird. So I looked and it said it's like 450 something pages. And I was like, oh, that's why. That's fine. Whatever.
That was a lunch sprint. We had pasta. Lovely. That sounds delicious. Yay! I'm excited. I'm excited to figure out who it is because I literally have no clue at this moment. There's so many people who hated this person. Finishing up my walk and then heading home to read. That sounds lovely. I need to do a little bit of walking today too, but I might wait until my mom comes over. Made it to page 102 of Watermoon. Are you still enjoying it? It looks like it. Didn't read it all. No idea where the time went. I understand. Hello, Leandra. And wait, message me with your theory, okay? I will. I'll message you on the next sprint. I have an idea, but I just feel like it's a little too obvious, so it's probably not the case. But
That's how I am with thrillers and mysteries. People will be like, "You didn't see," I'll be like absolutely flabbergasted at the end, and people are like, "You didn't see that coming." And I'm like, well, now that I think about it, like, yeah. But also, like, I was focused on a whole different ending. So
yes. Yeah, I can't. I don't know why. My brain always goes for like the red herring, but we also had a Margaret join us. Let me adjust this because I think we're too small and I don't like it. Let's do this instead. And then we could move this guy. Okay. But yeah, as far as mysteries go, I don't ever guess correctly. It's not in my forte, which is really fun whenever I read a mystery with Leandra, because Leandra's like, I have this theory and this theory and this theory, and inevitably she'll get it right, and I'll be like, well, I'm just along for the ride.
right, I'm just here for the good time. That's all.
Yep. Yelena read a couple of chapters of my book and updated my reading spreadsheet and yearly challenges. Amazing. I need to update my yearly challenges as well. Ashley says hello to Neva.
Hello.
I definitely was midway through 2 books and started What Stalks the Deep. The mood wants what the mood wants. Hey, true.
I also feel like Fablen and Amazing Readathon are both readathons where like you have the not like you have like an excuse and a reason to just drop books and then pick them back up later.
That's true. Yeah. I also think that there's a lot of options. So like you don't have like you're not completely stuck with a read if your mood is not suiting. Like you can do some other prompts, some other things to get yourself off of like if you're not enjoying a book or if you just need a break. We have a Margaret. Hi, Margaret.
Hi. Yes. Yeah, it is specifically kind of like it was one of those things. I think one of the things you see about competitive readathons is they can be really hard on mood readers.
Yes.
And I'm like, okay, how do we make this easier for mood readers and also like because like it's a very complicated bunch of stuff that's going on. So it was one of those things I'm like, okay, so how can I give people the same feeling of like the pressure of a competitive, like an Amazing Readathon type thing, but also give them room for like mood reading, for life stuff happening and all that stuff, which is why I structure it the way I do. So
yeah. And I'm enjoying the NPC path. I'm not stressed. I'm just enjoying my time, but I still get to see everybody else adventuring. It's very fun.
Yeah. That's where I am too. I'm like, cool, and I like even on the NPC path, I'm like, well, I'll try to follow the prompts, but if I'm behind, oh well.
Yeah, and you can read as many books as you want on the NPC path. Like you get like that's why you're only getting 100 points is you have that freedom to not pay attention to the adventuring day and just keep like not have to worry if you're following the prompts or any of that stuff, not have to worry about if a book carries over from day to day. But you also like do get the freedom like.
Oh, Margaret, I have a question.
Yeah, I have a question.
I mean, I did get this question also, but I have a question. So for the NPC form, it's the same. Is it the same form the whole time?
It's basically going to be the same form the entire time.
Okay. Well, I was just wondering because the one that you put in there, it still says day 1 on it. So I was like,
oh, I need to fix that then.
Make a mistake or
because I a lot of copy and paste.
I figured.
So many moving parts.
My thing is, if I write it once, I'm not rewriting it again unless there is a reason to rewrite it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like
yeah, I get it.
A lot of the stuff you guys see is just me copy pasting my script in different places.
Yeah.
And like, yeah.
It makes sense.
So the fact that there were no typos when I asked the hosts to look over day 2, nothing said day 1. None of that was a feat for me. So
Glorious when it all works out.
let's see. I'm gonna check something real quick since I've got people. Ooh, oh, okay. Oh wow, you guys are so close to unlocking the 4th encounter, by the way.
That's exciting.
Yeah, we need 8 more submissions.
Anyone out there ready to submit?
We need 8 more. It was so funny. Somebody was like, "Hey, can we get a poll to see if we've done all 50?" And I was like, "Hey, you don't have to do all 50 for just you and your guild."
Right.
It's everybody, right? In the whole reason.
Yeah, everybody had to get to 50. So
We're so close.
You're closer. I thought it would take people till like tomorrow, probably. But
we always have with these reasons, we always have like, I feel like we always have like I like to call them power readers. I'm not that, okay? But like the power readers that like they can read like a book a day. Even if they're reading like with their eyes, which that's not me. Like I'm working on the same book now for a week. It's fine. I don't like, it is what it is. I've just accepted that I'm like an average to slow reader. And that just is what it is.
I mean, it really depends on the book, number one, because there are a lot of books that I could read in a day. There are also books that I will look at and go, I'm not even going to try.
Yeah, I mean, like Frida McFadden, I can read in a day, even if I'm reading with my eyeballs.
I was talking with Jess. She read a 900-page book for day 1, and I was like, "What, in 3 days?" And she's like, "Yeah, I knew I could do it." And I was like, "But why?"
See, that's a power reader, okay? I don't know if anybody else watches Emmy Rossum on BookTube.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody else watches her, but she does a lot of like 24-hour challenges on her
like
channel.
The actress or someone else?
No, it's like it's a person.
Okay.
I mean, Emmy Rossum, the actress, is also a person, but this is like not the actress. This is like a normal person. But she does a lot of 24-hour challenges on her channel. Like I think she does them like once a month or something. And I'm always just so amazed by how much she reads, because she reads like a mixture of, I think she does some audio, but I think they're mostly ebooks and physical books. Mm-hmm. And I'm always just like, that is so amazing. And then I'm like, maybe I should make more content around the fact that I'm like not a fast reader, because I feel like a lot of the fast readers on YouTube make content catered to the fact that they're a fast reader. And I'm like, maybe I should make like slow reader content.
Yeah, everyone's different.
Yeah, you can't really help the speed at which you read. There's some like wiggle room that you can do to help like do it faster. Like I know that when I don't read as quickly physically all the time. When I hold on, let me rephrase that. When I'm not reading physically a lot, I don't read as quickly physically.
Yeah.
But like if I've been reading a lot of physical books all in a row, I read faster. It also depends on the book. But like for the most part, that's kind of set by your brain.
Yeah.
And all brains are valid.
Well, and also like I think that people that watch YouTube, and because like even as a slow reader, like I still read more than like an average person, right? So I tell people,
YouTube, you read more than most people do.
Yeah, so I'm like, don't take what I read. Like if I say, oh, I had a slow month and I read 5 books, that's a slow month for me. That's not a slow month for like a normal person. But I think people that watch booktubers also, unless we are very transparent about life things, they don't take into consideration that like your favorite booktubers probably have like full-time jobs or kids or something. And like not everyone discloses that they like, I mean, I disclose that I have kids, but that's because my kids are older. I mean, Ari is 8, and then my brother, who's basically also my child, is 16. So like whatever. But and Ari makes herself known on the channel. She's just out here saying hi to all. You know what I mean?
Like I don't think you could keep Ari off of the channel even if you wanted to.
I mean, she's really good at staying out of my vlogs. But if she knows that I'm on Sprint, she's like, "Can I say hi to all the aunties?" I'm like, "Sure, bro. Like, you're all just been adopted, so I hope you're not like offended. There ain't nothing I can do for you."
She's old enough to understand some of the implications and like have a conversation with her about that and like understand when you're like, "Hey, I don't want you in this specific thing because, you know, like I don't want that, you know, that you may not want that when you're older, right?"
Right.
So,
yeah. And she sees other kids on YouTube. Because family channels are a thing that exists in 2025. And she's asked me before, like, well, Everly gets to be on her mom's channel, which is like the LeBrant's channel. And I'm like, yeah, but also like her parents, I was like, her parents are not who I strive to be. Like, I've had to have a conversation with her about like
exploiting her.
Yeah, I've had to have a conversation with her about like, yes, mommy does YouTube, but like I'm not using you to try to do YouTube. So like you can't be in every video.
Yeah.
It's hard, especially like when you started, she was like 5 or 6, and they don't quite understand that there are strangers that
on the internet,
will be weird on the internet.
Yeah. Well, and
kids don't grasp that.
Right. And she was in, I think the most she was ever in a vlog was when I did my Iowa vlog a couple of years ago. We came to Iowa we lived in Indiana at the time, but we came for my sister's baby shower. This has been like almost 3 years ago now. And I remember all of the footage of her. I think there's one clip where there's music over it, but there's one clip where I had said like, wave at the camera, and she turned around and all you see is her wave and then turn back around. And all the rest of the footage of her is from her back. Like you can only see like her back as she's like running through the botanical gardens. And her dad was like, I really don't know if I want Ari to be on the channel. Because the only other video I ever made was a birthday unboxing. She opened a bunch of birthday presents and I uploaded it. And then it made me feel so weird after it was up that I was like, I'm never doing this again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I'm never doing it again. Like, no.
It's hard figuring out, like, in an internet age, how much is cool to share. Like, because you want to share your life with people, but also how do you protect your kids? What was it? Somebody was getting dragged on Threads for saying, hey, don't share your kids on social media. And I was like, well, your child is in your profile picture. And I was like, yeah, but the child is facing away. You cannot see said child's face.
Yeah. And I will do pictures of her. I don't think right now my Facebook profile has a picture of her in it because I had some issues with her biological dad looking at him and his wife looking at my profile picture, and it was freaking me out. And I was afraid they were going to like go in and try to like take her pictures. But like I put them on Facebook, but they're locked behind like the friends only. And like, there's nobody on my friends list that like, I'd be like really worried about. I will usually do like a school started and school ended photo of her that goes on to Instagram, just, you know, whatever. But my Instagram always gets wiped at the end of every year. Like I archive half of the stuff at the end of every year anyway.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. But like, I don't know. It feels weird putting her on YouTube because first of all, my YouTube is not a family channel. And even though I do talk about parenthood on my channel, it's nothing that she needs to be involved in. Like it's just like my struggles in parenthood or what I'm doing to make parenthood easier, but she doesn't need to be present for that. Like I can talk about it without her being in the camera.
Right.
Yep, exactly. No, when I was around my friends' kids, there were a couple of times that like I took pictures of their kids, but I think there's only one where you can see the child's face. And like I asked mom if that was okay. So Actually, no, I don't know if I did, because I think like mom was watching me take the picture, but at the time my Instagram was just for friends. Like it was me, it was mom, it was mom's sister, it was mom's mom. Like everyone we knew who the child was. So
yeah. Okay,
yeah.
I'm gonna move through these comments.
Sorry.
You're
we
fine.
Were in for a minute.
So Anne is reading The Black Hunger on audio while you knit. Amazing.
Nice.
Steph joined. Hello, Steph. Meal prepping first thing, and then hopping to pick up Quicksilver this afternoon. I hope your meal prepping goes well. Fed the cat, cleaned up, driving to Tacoma, Washington today to go to the opera. Oh, interesting. It's just over a 2-hour drive, and then you can go to a matinee and come home the same day. Oh, I love that.
Yeah, today's Sunday.
What a fun day. Go with the mood, Neil. Couldn't agree more. It's a lot of driving, but great that you can go and see a live opera. Do you do audiobooks while driving? Yeah, because you could get some reading done or listen to music, whatever your jam is. Very excited for the day. It does sound fun. I've never been to an opera. For real, I'm like, well, everyone could have killed him at this point except for the main suspects. Exactly. Everyone in the town just hates this guy, so I understand. It's very confusing. There's so many suspects. Really enjoying it. The imagery is so fun. I did think that book was fun. It's very Howl's Moving Castle for sure. Margaret and Neva, the totally social sprints. Hope you both are well, having a good Fablen.
We've reached the point where I'm questioning my sanity.
Oh no!
We're only 5 days in.
Hopefully there'll be a lull. Like you'll eventually things will get into a groove.
It's very much so. Technically, I was supposed to start a Dungeons and Dragons campaign tonight. I'm joining a live play Curse of Strahd campaign. However, because of stuff that's going on in the DM's life, they were like, "Yeah, we're not doing Strahd tonight." And I was like, "Oh thank God." Like this is the
You're like, yes, some time.
No, it's so funny because literally 99% of the time, if you cancel Dungeons and Dragons, it's the worst thing that can happen to me in my life right now. It would just be like, damn it. And then I yell at my brother because it's usually his fault for canceling Dungeons and Dragons. But this week, I've had it canceled on me twice, and I've just been like,
sometimes you just need a break. That's okay.
I was like, this weekend between a bunch of nerdy stuff happening that I'm invested in, career and this happening, I'm like, did everyone think I honestly have beef with Taylor Swift. She should have known this was going to be the first weekend of Fablen and released her album next week.
For shame.
Same for Critical Role, to be honest. I was up till 2:30 watching that shit.
Oh my God.
I'm going to have to watch it again because I missed stuff.
Tanila's loving the adventure path. Has 3 steps or 3 options, lots more options for moods. That is exactly
I'm trying to do at least I'm trying to do 3 options. Some of them may only have 2, because if only 2 options make sense, I'm not going to force a 3rd option.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
But this one I'm also not having to completely make up off the top of my dome. So there's a lot of little stuff that's not necessarily important to the main plot.
Yeah.
That I'm putting little hints in for people. And you might see some lore drop a little bit later that gives you some answers, because I see people wondering what's going on with some of the characters and making guesses about who the actual bad guy is.
Very fun.
Yeah, very fun. I will say I'm very much like Taylor Swift. I don't do the same thing twice, or I try not to. That's a hint there.
Hints are dropping.
But yeah, Yeah, for people trying to figure out the story, but I am like pulling like little things. There's a whole bunch of stuff for that encounter that my players never explored. That like now that I have a captive audience, I can be like, yeah, you're gonna go to the spring and you're gonna talk to the nymph. It's a nymph, by the way, not a dryad. I'm not sure what my brain was doing when it went. No, it should be dryad. Why did you write nymph? But me mixing up my mythological creatures is now immortalized. So, anyways, I'm still mad at myself for that.
No worries.
But yeah.
The mood wanted a long rest, so the next couple of hours we'll tidy that up and then back to adventuring. Hey, I love that.
Yeah.
So many
We're
options.
trying to give you a taste of D&D without me actually having to herd 200 cats.
Yes. Yeah.
Actually, at this point, it's almost 300 cats.
It's a lot.
It is. It is. It's a lot when you have like 4 players to do this.
Yeah. There's just so many moving pieces and there's so many variables purposefully, but it makes things even more complicated the more you add people. Yeah.
Yeah. And unfortunately, like I have to be able to plan ahead for this in a way that I don't have to plan ahead for Dungeons and Dragons. It's not as easy to pivot, but because there's videos that I have to film and stuff, it's like, well, I can't, like if it were up to me, everything would be fully multiple choice, and like whatever the main choice people like got the most submissions would be where the story went.
Right.
So, but because I have to plan ahead, it's just you guys are getting to interact with multiple different parts of the story, basically.
Right.
And find out multiple different things. And then I give you like watch all of the videos if you're invested in the story, because I give you guys that's where you're going to get most of the story stuff.
Yeah. It's been very creative. I did not get to participate last year. So I've been very impressed, Margaret, with how much work you've put into this. It's incredible. And the amount of storytelling at play. That's amazing. So kudos to you.
It's practice. for when I sit down with four lunatics and try to explain to them what's going on while my brother makes dick jokes. He puts face at that. My brother is both the player I rely on the most to make sure things keep moving, and also the biggest menace in my party.
We love him and we hate him at the same time.
Yes. Yeah, I have told my players, I'm like, you will see me be mean to Ben in ways that I will never be mean to you, and that is because as his eldest sibling or older sister, there's only 2 of us, as his older sister, I'm contractually obligated to do so. So
I can read a 300-page book in a day on a weekend day, but not while I'm working. Yeah, I agree. It would take me all day though if I did this. And if it was an eyeball book, I definitely couldn't do this. I read too slow physically.
If there were times if I had all night, I could probably knock a 300-page book out. Would I be mentally healthy by the end? Probably mostly depends on the book, but like I like it's one of those things I'm like, I know I can do it. I would not recommend doing it.
Yeah.
Like I absolutely have pulled it off before. But most of the time it's because I started the book and I couldn't fucking put it down.
Yeah. And there are certain books I do think those read quicker too. So I think that I'm more likely to, with a book that's fast-paced, that's keeping your attention, that you're wanting to like just consume, I probably could do it in a day, but I would literally have to do nothing else.
Martha Waters has a Regency romance series, and I started the first book right after getting back from BookNet Fest, which was like a Sunday evening. So I was coming back I would have gotten back around like 3 or 4. And I was like, I'm gonna sit down and read a few chapters, and then it was 11 p.m. and I was almost done. Like that happens, but it's not something that happens often.
Yeah,
like I can do
it. Nothing else is getting done today. About 350 pages in.
Right.
If it's an audio, I can do a 300-page book in a day, but I listen to my audiobooks fast.
Yeah.
Because like if it's a book that's like 8 hours or less, I can listen to that in a day. I can even listen to one that's closer to like 16 hours in a day, because that would be an 8-hour day.
Yeah.
But if you expect me to read a 300-page book in a day with my eyes, absolutely not.
That's how I feel.
I don't recommend it.
Yeah. Hello.
Animorphs are good for that, though. You can get through a bunch of Animorphs in a day. Although I don't think they meet the 150-page minimum, which is an issue.
Animorphs? I don't think so.
Yeah. Hello, Rope Crewman. Hello at the end, middle of sprints. We have one more sprint, at least with me. I'm trying to think if we have someone else on the schedule for today. I feel like we did when I signed up.
We did, but Jill had to move things. She wasn't feeling well.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I'm reading Ultimate Spider-Man by Jonathan Hickman in order to complete my encounter at the Mayor's Manor. Lovely.
Nice.
This will help ease me into the fun clerical stuff that we all know teachers love so much. Oh, no. Good luck, friend. Christina's saying hello. Jess is here. Hello, Jess.
Hey, Jess.
Yeah, you have a good time tonight, Jen. That's so exciting. Be well. It's the fine print of the older sibling contract, paragraph 3. To be honest, it's more difficult to give my sister a hard time these days. Becoming a mother has kind of made her tougher and immune to my heckling.
I'll be honest, I'm immune to 90% of my brother's heckling as well. He just is very disruptive in Dungeons & Dragons. Like, not on purpose. He's not trying. I like to tell a story about, like, there was an encounter that I had planned that I was like, okay, these guys, like, they were going towards, like, I figured everything out. They're in this clearing. I'm like, here are all these clues saying, hey, look inside this cave. You probably want to check that out. And my brother goes, hey, are there any other paths? And I was like, oh, yeah, there are a couple of animal paths. He goes, oh, let's go down that. And I'm just like, I had to pull the entire session out of my ass.
He's practice makes perfect. He's preparing you for the internet.
He was treating it like Skyrim and not Baldur's Gate, which Skyrim is in like an open world where you can just go and do whatever the heck you want and there is something there. Baldur's Gate does have some rails to it. Like, you can go to you have a bunch of different options. But like, you can't, there are places you can't go and do stuff because there's nothing there. But yeah, I was like, okay, cool. And I just was like, okay, and I was coming up with stuff on the fly, and I pulled stuff from another encounter and stuff, but it was very, I was just like, dude. And he's like, oh, okay, well, I'll just make sure that I'm going, like, when I see, like, I'll make sure I'm listening to your hints and your clues now. Because we talked about it much later, and I'm like, you're still doing it. Like, I think earlier this year, he was like, oh yeah, we should go check this out. And I was like, I don't have anything prepared for that, but that's fine. You're at the end of session. I can have something by next week. So.
Well, I do think I'm going to pop us into a sprint because I do have to get off in a little over an hour. And so I want to make sure that we have enough time to do our last. So I'm going to put our little banner up. And we'll still do an hour. So we'll be back in an hour. We'll do our little to-dos and say goodbye. But yeah, go and be productive. We'll see you guys in an hour. Hello, friends.
Hello, welcome back.
Welcome back. Let us know in the comments how you guys did on that last sprint. I got done with my pages for Murder at the Vicarage, and I started my pages for Children of Ruin. Then I also did some cleaning around the house. What'd you get up to?
I did some cleaning while spinning one of the new Taylor vinyls I got.
Nice.
If you get vinyls, guys, by the way, it's important to spin your vinyl at least once to make sure that it works.
Yeah.
So,
sadly.
Yeah, I have an extra Reputation vinyl that there's a skip in it, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna like it is the picture disc, so at some point I'm just gonna frame it and like have it as a display piece. So I wouldn't mind getting a second one, but that is the kind of thing that I could have fixed if I'd had a record player at the time that I bought it.
Yeah.
So, anyways, but it was done. I got it done, and now I'm gonna go figure out what I'm reading for the month of October. Now that I'm not desperately trying to finish things up before a deadline.
You have a little bit of wiggle room, which is nice.
Yeah, now I have a little bit of wiggle room. Not much. I can't relax too much, but a little bit.
It's good to have a little bit refreshing, but you still keep the creative juices going. Sometimes I feel like if I don't have a lot of pressure, then my brain's just like, okay, well, we can just do nothing then. You're like, no.
I'm having to deal with the fact that my brain is not like it used to, like last year, my brain responded to pressure by, okay, yeah, we're going to be super creative now, because that usually is what happens. My brain's not responding to pressure the same way this year, so I'm like, oh, speaking of which, I should probably take my meds. It's one of those things that I'm like, we're having like the last 5 years, like every year, I feel like my brain has been different, and I have to learn how to work with it every year. And this year it's just taking a lot longer because I'm not used to like whatever the fuck is going on right now.
Well, hopefully you'll be able to figure it out.
Yeah.
Sooner rather than later. I know that's frustrating.
Yeah.
Jen joined us during that sprint. Hello, Jen. I have 3 chapters left of Chaos at the Lazy Bones bookshop. Almost done. You're so close. Read some of Watermoon and Say You'll Remember Me. Enjoying both. Just had a big aha moment with Watermoon. Interesting. I don't know that I got that far into it. I'm trying to think of how far, like what percentage I even got to, because I quit pretty early on. I'm glad you're still enjoying it.
It's a very like, I feel like it's a very like I read like halfway through and I'm enjoying it. I just haven't finished it because it's a very like slow build.
Yeah.
And it's very like there are stakes, but they're really low stakes. Right.
I ended up DNFing it because of I wanted more from the world.
Yeah. You get more of it. It just takes a hot minute.
Yeah.
As far as I can tell. But like I can fully understand like why that book, like it's one that I've read it, I'm like, this is not going to be for everyone, right?
Yeah.
Just because it's such an odd combination of genres and approach to storytelling.
Yeah, I agree.
Different than what most people are used to.
Eva, we didn't check in with you. What did you do at that sprint?
Well, my computer died, and then when we came back, I had no sound. That's why I like left and then came back. But I was like, oh, maybe I muted it. No, I didn't. It just had no sound. But I read a little bit more of my book, and then I discovered that there's like a whole 90 Day Fiance spinoff that I didn't even know about. So then I started watching that, and I worked some more on my diamond painting.
Nice. I loved it. Tennille finished 12 servings of meal prep. Some are cooling before going to the fridge, and finished What Stops the Deep. Congrats. It was a fun time. But I think my least favorite part of the meal prep was waiting for the food to cool down before I put it in the fridge, because I just knew, I kept putting timers on. I just knew I was going to forget one on the counter, and then I would have made a whole bunch of food and it would have gone bad.
Right. That's my problem with food prep.
Just finished my last meal prepping. Lots of meal prepping going on. Waiting for it to cool off. We'll be watching football and hopefully rest or reading the rest of the day. It sounds amazing, Steph. I hope you have fun. Next on the list, the Rag Picker King and the Late Night Witches and cleaning chores. Lots to do, but you've already made a good dent in the day. Love to see it. It's a good start to the week. I read Say You'll Remember Me. Lovely. I read a few more chapters and got distracted watching BookTube. Hey, we appreciate it as booktubers when you guys get distracted watching BookTube. We'll take it. Finished most of my to-do list and read about a chapter of my nonfiction. My meal prep is also cooling. That's so funny. So Jen, I actually recently started meal prepping, and I'm very, very new. Like literally last week or last weekend was my first like official attempt at it. So I liked it, but it's definitely a learning process, a learning curve, because certain meals don't work for meal prep, and others, I think I've made some adjustments to some meals that I've made that, you know, obviously were not meal prepped, but to make them warm up better. And it, like certain things I just never would have thought about prior to actually like trying to meal prep and trying to make things that will actually last a little bit of time in the fridge. But I wish you luck if you do decide to do it. Well, friends, we are at the end as friends. We are on day 2 of Fablen for those of you who are joining us in the readathon. And let's see, I'll give you guys the floor. Do we need first for Fablen? Are there any other hints or things that you're going to give? And no pressure if not. We're all just awaiting more of the story. And then you guys can also say if you have anything that they should expect on your channels as well.
I haven't had a chance to sit down and figure out what I'm going to be doing with my channel for this month, so besides making these videos. So I'll let you guys know about that. No, the only thing that I would say is that like, feel free to join at any time. Like you don't have to have, like you'll need to, I need to clarify this, but like you start at the adventuring day that we're on, basically, if you're joining now. So like you don't have to go back and do day 1 unless you really want to. So if you're joining now, you're going to start on adventuring day 2. You're good to go. So as long as you join over 48 hours before the end of the day, you're good.
That's good to know.
Yeah. And then there's also been some confusion about it. It can be a book that you started prior to October, so long as it meets the like requirements that are for your path. But it can't be a book you finished before the prompt dropped, unless you're using it for a recurring prompt.
Right.
So just FYI.
Sounds good. Good tips. Neva, what about you?
Well, your girl's late once again with the whip and chat. It'll be up today. Okay, so that'll be up sometime today. And then tomorrow, Vlogoween week 5 will be up tomorrow morning. I tried to make it more structured. Did I succeed? Not really, but it's fine. It's fine. And then my TBR for Fablen will go up on Tuesday. I also have like a few other videos that are like a month and a half past due. It's fine. They'll go up eventually. You'll see them. You know, your girl's life between like August and now just like exploded, and it became really weird in like the real life department. And so, you know, I'm trying to play catch up over here.
Yeah, and that's fine. This is why you hit the notify button, and then it won't matter because we'll just get the notifications whenever they come out.
Exactly. So just make sure you're subscribed, I guess, and hit the little bell. So then you can be like, oh, this full moon readathon vlog that happened in August is finally up in October. You're welcome.
And I will add Neva's channel and all of the co-hosts. Margaret's channel is already in the description, but I'll add all the co-hosts to the description of this one so you guys have all that information as well. Just so you guys know, we had a couple more comments come in. Finished your Spider-Man story. Amazing. Now moving to the Mayor's Manor and going into town to look for clues. Love to see it.
And that reminds me, you don't have to do things in order. Like, I number them for my own convenience.
Yeah.
Otherwise, things would get very confusing. But you do not have to do encounters in order, just to remind people. They just have to be unlocked all the way for you to be able to do them. That's it.
Nice. And yeah, thanks for being here, Elena. It was fun. And yes, I will have sprints on my channel again in 2 Sundays from now, as normal. So feel free to join. And there'll be another Fablen sprint, so you guys can come and join us for the next adventuring day, whatever day we're on at that point in time. This was unintentional, but I do like it.
I was gonna say that's kind of like my default word for a lot of things.
It is. But as far as my channel goes, I have a video coming out on Tuesday. That'll be the Q3 check-in, just talking about stats and things that have happened throughout the year so far. And then on Saturday, I have an announcement that's coming out, but that's all I can say about that. So we'll be around. Thanks, guys, for being here. Yeah, thank you, guys. It's always fun. Sunday sprints are always chill, very productive. We appreciate you guys being here, and we will see you around the Bookiverse somewhere. Have a good day. Bye.